Hello, everyone. I am officially live. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday. If you were watching live, welcome to you. And if you were watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I am currently still slowly but dedicatedly working my way through Death's End by Session Leo. I just finished a different book today that I will talk about whenever I do my wrap up for July. I am planning on starting a horror novel. So, the Death's End is, if you don't know, the third book in the Three Body Problem trilogy, which is a sci-fi novel. The Spirit Bears Its Teeth is a standalone horror novel by the author Andrew Joseph White, which I am really interested in. Also, gorgeous cover. And then I have a book from the library that I'm hoping to be able to get to because I think it'll be just a really sweet book. And it was also a Newbery Medal winner, and that is When You Trap a Tiger by Tay Keller. I'm hoping that I am pronouncing that correctly. I will be sure to get the right pronunciation. I made myself really tiny for that. Sorry. I was actually testing out a new like layout because the one that I normally do when I go to my timer, I'm like really tiny down here on the left-hand corner, and I found a way to make myself slightly bigger. And so I like that a lot more, which is nice. And so as always, be sure to just chill out. That's what this sprint is going to be for. You can either read a book, you can work on something that you feel will make you productive. You know, grab a blanket, grab a snack, or grab a fan if you're hot. I'm a little warm because I just got back from taking my dog on a WALK. I can't say the word because he's sitting right here. He's gotten like 4 of them today. He's spoiled rotten, just in case you were ever curious. Tonight, I will most likely just be drinking water. I did have a root beer earlier, and so that gave me like all the sugar intake that I could possibly need for the evening. But let me know if you are going to be drinking anything fun, if you're going to be eating anything fun. I always love to hear that. I like talking about food. I always inevitably also end up making everybody on the channel hungry. I can't help that either. It's just part of who I am. So I'm going to get over to the comments and be able to say hi to everyone. So Heidi is here. Hi, Heidi. Happy to see you. And Angel made it too. Hello, Angel. Says, hello, Alex. Hi, Heidi. Yay, Friday. Yay, Friday indeed. Robert is in the house. Robert says, would you rather play Pinochle on Tuesday nights with a capybara or get free hamburgers for a year? Well, I already have plans on Tuesdays. Typically, I spend that day with friends after work, so I can't pick that day. And I love a really amazing hamburger if I can make it a cheeseburger. Okay, that's my caveat. If I can make it a cheeseburger and they can be free burgers from like the best burger places around and not just like some random hamburger from McDonald's. So, yes, I'm going to go with hamburger. And Denise says, hello, I'm on page 163 of The Night War. Very nice, a middle grade novel. It's really good so far. That's awesome. That might end up being a really great recommendation for me then. And Magnolia, hello. Magnolia says, hello, I am here. Yes, you are. Happy to see you. Then now that you have been having your awesome random vacation days, it's good to have you back. And Nicole, hello. Nicole says, evening. Well, evening to you as well. I hope that you are doing awesome tonight. And Zach says, "Ahoy! Reading sailing books lately. LOL. That's awesome. That sounds like a ton of fun. Have you read? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna end up messing up the title, but it's like the Great Adventures of Allah Sarafi or something like that. It was like a popular book that I can guarantee you I just horribly messed that up. that I was seeing it advertised everywhere. Somebody put it in the chat and let me know if you've read that book and if it was enjoyable, because I feel like somebody on here's mentioned that they read it. And Magnolia says, "Hello, everybody. Hello." And Nicole says, "I missed the book showing with all, we'll have to go back and watch." Oh, well, I am happy to show you now. I can do that again for those of you who might have missed it. So I'm still slowly working my way through Death's End. Can confirm that this is automatically better than the second book so far. So that makes me feel good. I finished a different book today, which if you follow my Goodreads, then you will know which book it is. But if you don't, you'll end up hearing about it when I do my wrap up for July. But I am planning on doing The Spirit Bears Its Teeth as a co-read, if you will, with Death's End, because I like to mix up the genres. And just in case those two get a little too heavy for me, I have a library book for When You Trap a Tiger, which was a middle grade novel, and it's also a Newbery Medal winner. So I'm really looking forward to this because I think it'll be cute. It says some stories refuse to stay bottled up. It's like a family story about like a girl discovering her secret family history, and her grandma's really sick, and a tiger offers, well, if you help me get this item back that your grandma stole from us all these years ago, we will cure her and make her health better. And she's like, I don't know whether that's legitimate or not. And it sounds like a really good book. And Denise says, I want to read When You Trap a Tiger. Funny enough, I wouldn't probably have heard about it had it not been for Amazon. It randomly showed up in my For You page one day, and I was like, oh, what's that? And I found it at the library, and I was really excited about that, because it's always nice when you see a book at the library and you went, oh, I know that one. And Nicole says, catching up on daily reading and then picking up a new book to read. Yay! Then we both got a couple new books to read. Heidi says, hi, everyone. Robert Hamburgers, of course. Is that a Popeye reference? And Denise says, hi, Nicole. And Nicole says, hi, Denise. And Heidi says, Magnolia, good to see you. And Magnolia says, I'm reading The Book of Doors by Gareth Brown. Cool. Many books have doors in the title anymore. Has anybody else recognized that? Robert says, I'm currently reading Service Model Adrian Tchaikovsky. I know you love Adrian Tchaikovsky. And The Caretaker of Lorne Field by Dave Zeltzerman. Very nice. And Magnolia says, I'm glad I'm already full. Oh, yeah, talking about food. Robert says, Heidi, yes! Good Popeye reference. And Nicole says, capybara for sure. Heidi says, is capybara a monster? No. Capybara are those adorable, like, giant rodent creatures that are friends with, like, all animals. They got, like, really wiry hair, and they kind of have a rodent's face, but they're just... Look up a picture of them, Heidi. They're really cute. Like, people make artwork of them and like, how friendly they are. And Robert says, Wednesday, how's that? Well, then Kat's having her sprints on Wednesday. Can't do that. And Nicole says, LOL. And Ron says, hi, burger. Yes, absolutely. And Ron, good to see you. And Denise says, drinking a Neapolitan flavored coffee. Oh, like the Neapolitan ice cream, limited edition summer flavor. So good. Cool. Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. Is it sweet? Like, is it Neapolitan flavored coffee and you're drinking that black and you can taste the Neapolitan, or is there like sugar in it? Miss Starbucks says, it is an animal, Heidi. Yes. And Nicole says, capybaras look like a small hippo crossed with a groundhog. Technically a rodent, not a monster. Yes. Robert says, Amina El Sarifi? Is it Sarifi? Yes. Thank you for that, Robert, on correcting me. I knew that I had the title completely wrong. Nicole says, yay! Heidi says, I'm halfway through the Daughters War prequel to Black Tongue Thief. The story is amazing, but the tone is very sad. Oh. I like sad books, though, so that would probably be right up my alley. The Black Tongue Thief is one that I have put on my list to look out for when I'm at PALS, just because you all have been talking about it so much and saying how amazing it is. So we'll see how that goes. Jamie says, hi, Alex and everybody. And hello to you too, Jamie. Zach says, I have read The Adventures of Amina Al-Sarafi. Okay, so it is Sarafi. It was a 3-star for me. I didn't hate it, but won't be continuing the series. Oh, it's a series. Okay, I didn't even realize that, which will probably deter me from wanting to pick it up because I start too many series and I still need to read the very last book for Chilling Effect since I accidentally started that series too. So I do plan to at least finish that one this year. It'd be nice to complete two whole trilogies in a year because my retention for series is the worst. And Jamie says, I'm listening to A Little Life. Oh my gosh. Okay. You said, in organizing books this afternoon and dog sitting. Jamie, when you finish that book, I am looking forward to hearing about it because I have been told that I would like that book, but I know how just devastatingly sad it is. Like people talk about like, oh, well, if you really want to cry and you want a book to hurt you, read A Little Life. And I don't know whether like that's my kind of sad because I like sad books that are also hopeful. Uh so especially since you said you're listening to it, curious to see what you say. And Heidi says, Zach, if you want sailing pirates, dragons, and talking ships, Live Ship Traders is for you. I like the idea of a talking ship. That's fun. So, like, the ship is a crew member, kind of like a character. Sounds great. And Magnolia says, good to see you as well, Heidi. And Ron says, many books have doors and many books are the book of. Yes, so true. Completely agree. Nicole says, oh, I want to see capybara artwork. Yeah, they're really cute, especially the ones. A lot of people do artwork of capybaras like balancing things on their heads because I think there's a lot of photos of them with like birds, and like just different animals are kind of like sitting atop. So people will put like fruit, balancing. Very cute. I imagine people have like tattoos of capybaras doing that. Oh no, I feel a sneeze coming on. Excuse me. Is it just the one? It's just the one. Lucky me. Okay. And Jamie said, I came across a book while organizing that sounds oddly familiar, like someone on BookTube is reading it. And Ladies of the Club by Helen Hoover Santmeyer. Can't say that I have heard of that, Jamie, but maybe somebody else has. And Magnolia says, this book so far is very good and a real page turner. Can't wait to see what happens. Wonderful. Hello, Christina. Christina says, hi, everyone. I'm reading The Familiar, my first Leigh Bardugo. There you go. I have yet to read a Leigh Bardugo. I'm not really interested in reading like the Ninth House stuff, but I eventually will get to the Six of Crows duology just because, God, how many years ago was that now? Ever since COVID, I can't keep track of time anymore. Was that really popular like 2 or 3 years ago? Please tell me that's the right time frame. But that was just like the big booktube thing at the time, and I'm worried to read it because I'm afraid I won't like it as much as other people did. Because I feel like that always happens to me when it's like a big booktube darling. And Nicole says, oh my God, the artwork is so cute. Yes, I know, they're adorable. And Heidi says, The Doors of Stone, the long-awaited third book, The Name of the Wind. Yes. I've shown you my copy, Heidi, of The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss that I need to read still. I'm pretty sure it was like a Barnes & Noble edition. I got it years ago. If you want me to show you that, I feel like I already have, but if you want me to, I will. Denise says, I drink it black. It's not sweet, just flavored. Okay. Well, then you drink coffee the healthiest way possible. I have to have at least some milk. Jamie says, capybaras and guinea pigs are closer cousins in the rodent family. That makes sense because a capybara just looks like a giant guinea pig. They're equally as friendly. Heidi says, yeah, so excited. You'll be reading my favorite author, Christopher Buehlman. Yeah. And Magnolia says, haha, the panic before the sneeze. Yeah, I don't think I'm alone in the fact that like sneezing in front of people is not fun. It's just not great. Though a friend of mine, a dear friend of mine, he actually had to have a vein in his nose cauterized because every time that he sneezed, he would sneeze like 10 times in a row and he would immediately get like a gushing nosebleed. So I'm grateful that I at least have not had that. And Heidi says, the capybara looks like the woodchuck that lives under my shed. Aw, then that's a cute woodchuck. Jamie says, I'm on book 2 of Hobbs' live ship trilogy, Mad Ship. I'm enjoying it, though it took a while to get into the first book. Okay. Robert says, Keaton food delivery later in the stream. I'm good with quesadillas. I was having a lot of anxiety earlier, Robert, just with Barker. This sweet little boy, I've officially gotten pet insurance for him because he just stresses me out with the amount of like mischief that he gets into, and I just like want to be prepared for it. But anyway, he was stressing me out earlier. He's perfectly fine right now. He's just chilling and conked out because again, I've taken him on like 4 little, jaunts today. But I hadn't eaten anything other than a muffin and like a little bit of hummus. And Keaton was like, Alex, you have to eat. I'll run out and get McDonald's. Do you want a filet-o-fish? And because he knows that that's what I like to eat. That's like my favorite thing from McDonald's is a filet-o-fish with extra tartar sauce and a small fry. And he did. He went out and got that for me and brought it back and made sure that I ate. So he was, yet again, just a wonderful partner. Explains why I've been with him for 2 years. And Alicia, hello. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Just stopping by to say hello and hug the like button. Thank you. I'm visiting with my family, so doing a quick check of all social media stuff before dinner. Oh, that's so sweet of you to stop by. I really appreciate it. Melinda, yay. Melinda says, hello, all. I love capybaras. Yeah. Gotta love the capybara love here. It would be kind of fun if that ended up becoming like the channel mascot, like Frank Fiction. There's like me, and then there's a capybara. But I also feel then that Barker would be jilted because he really probably should be the true mascot. I said his name and he didn't even look at me. That's how tired he is. Heidi says, yes, show us your Name of the Wind edition. You have a really wonderful book sitting on your shelf there. It deserves all the hype. Oh, well, let me show it to you. So this is mine. And this was back when spray painted edges were like still a relatively new thing. I feel like you see them all the time now, but when I saw this edition of the book, I was like, oh, I've never seen books like that. Like, that's so cool. And let me see when this was even first, like this edition was published, because I know that the book's been out for a long time. And it says, let me see. Okay, so the original was published in 2007. This new material copyright was in 2017. So this edition is 7 years old. That's kind of wild to think about, that I've had this for 7 years and haven't gotten to it, but not the worst thing that I have on my shelf that I haven't read yet. So I will get there. And Heidi says, Jamie, so happy you're reading Live Ship. It is a top 10 series for me. The talking ships are the best characters, truly. That's so much fun. Heidi, have you read any of Becky Chambers' The Wayfarer series? Because there is a ship named Lovelace in there that is a character. I'm not sure if you would end up liking that series or not, but it was one of my favorites. So it's 4 books. And the second book was my least favorite. The second book was the only book that I was like actively going, I don't really like this. And I didn't give it 5 stars, but the other 3 all got 5 stars. I loved them very much. But I'm writing Live Ship down so I don't forget. And Heidi, or Miss Starbucks says, Heidi, I am now searching Live Ship traders on Goodreads, so if my wish list is getting any longer, I can blame you. Robert says, Alex, how many hotel rooms did you trash for your anniversary mini vacation? We didn't have a vacation. We didn't do anything like that. We went and saw a movie. Like, we went and got pizza, and then we went and saw The Fall Guy, which was a ton of fun, by the way. If you all are looking to go to a movie in theaters and you're like, what would be a fun movie to go see? The Fall Guy was great. So I pretty much rate all fun movies in terms of like Bullet Train and then everything else, because Bullet Train is just an exceptional, fun, awesome, hilarious, well shot, awesome story movie. Like, just love Bullet Train. And I will say that The Fall Guy was like right here for me. Like, it was another one of those movies I'm like, when that comes out on DVD, I will have to buy that because it's great. So just letting you all know. And Heidi says, I have Becky Chambers on my TBR. So many book people love it. Yeah, she's awesome. So I would say that her Wayfarer series, yeah, I've almost said trilogy, but it's 4 books, so it's series, is definitely more in the line of like space opera. And then her Monk and Robot books are more like gentle philosophy. But she's overall just a very positive person. Like, if more sci fi authors wrote like her, I think even more people would enjoy sci fi because it's not nitty gritty with her. Like, and I don't mean in terms of details, like, she loves science, but in terms of like, it's not all doom and gloom and dystopian and believing that like everybody in the future sucks. Like, she writes humanity in terms of like, hey, if we clean up our act and we joined a galactic society, this is how we could be awesome and like how we could get along with all the other races in the universe. And it's just really fun. And Denise says, Jamie, Nicole was reading The Ladies of the Club. There you go. And Magnolia says, never heard of Bullet Train. Yeah, Bullet Train is, well, there's a lot of people in it. Like, I was going to say it was a Brad Pitt movie. Um, that is right. Right? Brad Pitt. Yeah. Um, but it's really like he's a part of it, but there's so much else going on and it focuses on all of these different characters. And he's actually really funny in it. I'll give him credit for that. Like, I've never been a big Brad Pitt fan. He was really good. And Jamie says, Denise, yay. So I was not hallucinating that I heard it recently. So good job, Jamie. You remembered that. That's awesome. And Heidi says, Magnolia, Live Ship Traders is really something special. You will not regret it. So I'll also keep it in mind that Jamie said that it took her a little bit to get into the first book, because that will help set an expectation as well. Hopefully it won't take me that long whenever I get to it. Jamie says, there are also talking ships, spaceships in some of the Culture series by Ian M. Banks. Yes, I've heard excellent things about the Culture series. And those, if I remember correctly, there's quite a few books in that, because I think I looked up at one point, I was like, okay, if I bought like the trade paperbacks of all of the Culture series, I think it was going to be, now I'm afraid I'm going to say the wrong thing. I feel like it was going to be like $120, but I might be thinking of a different series. Hold, please. I want to confirm. If I could spell, which I can't. That has been my biggest issue with doing Wordles and doing the mini crossword puzzles for the New York Times, is like, I can know what the answer is, but I can't spell worth a shit. So that's been fun. Let's see, the Culture series. Okay, so I'm not crazy. So it's at least slightly on sale right now. I feel like it was more on sale before, but you can get the 10 book collection with all of the matching covers, like the whole set, for $200, which is, that's a lot, but it's also 10 books. So not terrible. And Robert says, Nicole withdraws from not being surrounded by books, question mark. Barker. He hears somebody outside. Heidi says, there is a series before Live Ship called Farseer, Assassin's Apprentice. I've heard of that, but you do not have to read it at all. Okay. And Jamie says, I found all the Culture series as audiobooks or print library books. I might acquire my own sometime because they'd be worth rereading. I'm sure the library has to have them. It can be kind of weird to me, though, when you go to the library and you're reading a series and they just don't have all of them. If any of you ended up seeing my last video, then you know when I talked about Monstrous. So there are 8 volumes right now that are out. I only have 5 of them because my friend Dylan gave me 4 to borrow, and Keaton bought one of them a while back because he was reading it before me. And so I'm missing 3 of them. The 9th one's about to come out. Went to the library website and was like, oh, do they have like the rest of them so that I can actually get caught up? No. They only had, I think, like literally maybe the first 2 to 3 volumes of 8 that are out. And I'm like, well, that sucks. So I just have to wait to read them. I don't understand. Like, I do and I don't. I I know sometimes libraries will begin like buying a series, and then because they have to keep up on trying to purchase things and like keeping their inventory up to date, they have to pick and choose what's popular. So maybe if like a series isn't being borrowed as often, they might be less likely to get like the third book in a series, right? Than when they already have the first two. It's a bummer though, because then you feel like you're left on a cliffhanger. Anyway, minor rant. I love libraries, but it sucks that they don't get more money, because if they got more money, they'd be able to get us more books. And Jamie says, I use interlibrary loan a lot. That's awesome. And hey, Jessica, good to see you. Jessica says, hi, friends. Just woke up, so need tea and breakfast. Also, I'm back. I'm so happy that you're back. I'm glad that you get to enjoy breakfast and have some tea with us. Kind of makes me want to make tea. And Ron says, I have to get interlibrary loans to get through most series in the library. Yeah, I might, maybe I'll see if I can do something like that. And JK, hello. JK says, Jamie, Heidi, Robert, Magnolia, me, Melinda, Nicole. Hi, everyone. What are you guys working on tonight? Just going to be reading. It's going to be fun. Robert says, hello. And Denise says, hi, Joanne. Jessica says, reading either The Hunger Games or The Secret Garden for my new series. Not sure. I have read all of The Hunger Games. I read those back when like the movies were still coming out. So I read the third one before the third movie came out. The Secret Garden, believe it or not, I have a copy of it. I have owned a copy of it probably since I was a kid, and I have never read it. It's sitting right over there. I can literally point at it. It's this one right here. Yeah, it's very bad. Lauren, hello. Lauren says, hi, Alex. Missed it. What are you reading tonight? I just finished the Expanse series. Yes, that's so cool. By James S.A. Corey, on my third attempt on the Dark Tower series by Stephen King. Good for you, Lauren. I have only read the first book, Leviathan Wakes, for the Expanse, but I am really looking forward to reading Caliban's War. I was talking with Keaton, and you might have already heard me say this on a different live stream, but he has not read any of them, and he's interested in reading the first one, and I happen to have both a digital copy and a physical copy, so I told him when he gets around to reading Leviathan Wakes, I'm actually going to reread it to get caught up, and then I can start Caliban's War. So that's really cool. And I have not read any of the books for Dark Tower, though I do own the Gunslinger, and I know that like I desperately need to read the Dark Tower series. Yet another series to get into. But yes, to answer your question, Lauren, I am still chugging my way through Death's End. I got The Spirit Bears Its Teeth by Andrew Joseph White, which I'm planning on starting tonight, which is like it's a YA horror. I don't typically read YA horror, but I really like Andrew Joseph White for the first book that I read, which was Hell Followed With Us. I thought it was really cool, had great body horror, so I don't know what's going to happen in here, but got a different vibe. Also, the covers are beautiful, and then I got a middle grade When You Trap a Tiger, so very fun. I like running full gambit here. I got adult sci-fi, I have YA horror, and I have a middle grade fantasy book. So very nice. Also, please tell Mackenzie and Harper and Graham hello. And Ron says, purchase requests are also a thing you can try. Yes, I believe we have talked about that before. I have yet to find the place on the website where I can do that. I might have to like go in and fill out a form, but I could probably find one. Robert says, Monstrous and Saga, I am way behind. I am fully caught up on Saga in terms of the volumes because I have been like obsessed about that series. But you all probably already knew that because I showed you this, which is my little lying cat wallet. I won't buy any more books lying. Saga is just fantastic. That's definitely one of the best comic series that has ever been created. And Magnolia says, hey, Joanne, I'm reading the Book of Doors by Gareth Brown. What about you? And Joanne says, Robert, Denise, hi. How are you both? Rena, hi. Rena says, hi, Alex. What's up? I am doing really well, Rena. Happy to see you. Keaton said you were going to join tonight, and I just thought that was so sweet. I've missed you being able to be here. And Jamie says, yeah, our library allows us 5 purchase requests per person per month. What? But they have to be published in the last 2 years or less. That actually sounds like it would be pretty easy, though, given the number of new books that are published all the time. I mean, I guess I see your point. That would be a bummer if you like just discovered an awesome series like, the EM and Banks stuff, and then you couldn't do that. But if you like are always refreshing and looking at the things that are coming out right now, that could be pretty cool. And Joanne says, Magnolia, I'll be working on revisions for my bakery rivals to lovers work in progress project Sugar and Spice. Nice. Yeah, Joanne, how far along in that process are you now? And Heidi says, Ron, yes, my library purchases almost all my requests. Sometimes it takes a while. Sad face. I try not to buy books. I respect that. I really do. Magnolia says, that sounds really cool, Joanne. Ron says, I don't know if my library has purchase request limits. I try not to abuse it, though. I probably make less than 5 a year. Oh, well, that's like nothing. There are probably people who make new requests like every week. So that's a pretty conservative, I feel like. And Joanne says, Magnolia, thank you. I'm hoping to self-publish the book sometime this year, and I'm already have a book out titled Culinary Confessions on Amazon. That one's a Bakery Friends to Lovers novella. Yeah. And you said, Magnolia, in the meantime, I have a Ko-Fi goal to raise money for commission character art for a project. Oh, I've already forgotten the name. Sugar and Spice. There we go. I knew Spice was in the name. Sorry. I'm horrible with names. And Jessica says, yeah, sorry, I've been away. I have had grandparents here, and I haven't been very Sprint or YouTube friendly. Do you don't have anything to apologize for? You're living your life. I mean, heck, there's been whole weeks that I've missed. I wasn't here last week, Jessica, just in case you didn't know that. I wasn't here last week because Keaton and I were spending the day together. So all good. And Ron says, for context, I live in a town of under 8,000 people. It's not a huge library. That's, yeah, compared to where I grew up, that's really small. That's awesome. And Joanne says, Alex, honestly, it's hard to tell, but I'm hopeful on my last stage of revisions before I submit the book to sensitivity readers. So it'll probably be published between this month and September. That's really freaking close, though, Joanne. That's really awesome. Good on you. And Magnolia says, awesome. Hope it will all work out for you. Yes, I completely agree. And thank you, everybody. That was a wonderful introduction conversation. And now I get to ask you all how long you would like your first sprint to be. We can do 45 minutes or half an hour. And then I can give you your first official question. So do let me know. First one to say it is the winner. Oh, and Miss Starbuck called it at 45 minutes. You got it. And Zach says, I really enjoyed The Secret Garden. It took me 12 years to get through Dark Tower. Not worth it, in my opinion. Damn. Okay, good to know. Not very often I hear derisive comments about Monsieur Stephen King's Dark Tower, but not everybody can like it, so that's fair. Denise and Melinda also agree and say 45. Well, I can make that happen. So I'm going to go ahead and get my new sized self hello on here, and I will get the timer started. And I also have to give you your new question, which is would you rather have to defuse a bomb blindfolded with the guidance of an expert, or have to perform surgery with nothing but a manual? I will admit this one is not my question. I did not come up with this, and I thought it was very funny. And Joanne says, Alex, haha, no worries. I appreciate that. And you truly am terrible with names. I'm just happy I can remember everybody's name on here. That brings me joy. All right, I will get the 45 minutes started here. Think about an answer to that question in that time, and enjoy your reading. I'll see you all in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 202 in Death's End. And also apologize if you saw me keep getting up. I was taking care of Barker. I'll probably be doing that tonight, just like getting up and down to check in on him and see how he's doing. But hopefully you had a good little sprint there. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have to defuse a bomb blindfolded with the guidance of an expert or have to perform surgery with nothing but a manual? And Jessica was like, And Joanne says, thank you. Hoping so too. Yes. Rena says, surgery. If I would theoretically do something wrong, at least I wouldn't die. I can't say same for the patient, though. Yeah. So you're okay, though, with the idea of operating on another person. Interesting. Magnolia says, perform the surgery. That way, if it fails, I only kill one person, not dozens, including myself. Also, I think the changes are a bit higher, or chances are a bit higher on the surgery if I don't faint because of the blood. But here's the question, who said that you aren't the only person that the bomb would blow up? Maybe you have to defuse a bomb to save yourself and nobody else would be injured. Whereas with the surgery, you are performing it on another person. This is where the fun create your own rules comes in. Heidi says, yes, Zach, Alex should just read books 2 and 4 of Dark Tower. Everything else is extremely bad. You might have to read 1 and 3, I guess. Really? You said they're extremely bad? Cliff from Cliff's Dark Gems would be devastated to hear that because he loves the Dark Tower series. Heidi says, not really a spoiler, but there is a surgery scene that is similar to your question in Live Ship. So that is a sign from the book gods. That's awesome. I genuinely didn't know that either. Zach says, defuse the bomb because theoretically I'd be the only one at risk. There you go. And I'm excellent at calmly following instructions. I can appreciate that. Yeah. And if it's just you, right, like you're the one that you're worrying about, you can take the time to be calm, assuming that the bomb doesn't have like 20 seconds on it or something. Robert says, bomb dude. I'm guessing he's giving me directions remotely, so if his monitor isn't calibrated, he might have trouble with the colors. I'll go with surgery because the patient isn't exploding. That's true. And we also didn't specify what the surgery is. Like, I didn't say it was a complicated surgery, so maybe it's something easy. Don't know. Ron says bomb. Okay. I also like the idea that if we're creating our own rules, it could be like a smoke bomb. Like, who says it had to be a bomb where you're going to explode? Like, maybe it's just a really stinky bomb. And Nicole says, LOL, I was thinking bomb, but depends on the type of surgery. No one dies if I get it wrong, so surgery. There you go. Robert says 74 to 92% of caretaker of Lauren Field. Good job, Rob. You're almost done. And Nicole says, read 2 pages and talked with a bestie about Howard's End. That's sweet. My one of my best friends was messaging me and we were talking about space and how space is cool. And Melinda said, read a chapter in Les Miserables and took a little nap. The fireworks lasted very late last night. Ours did too. The last like little putterings that I heard were after 11 o'clock. So I imagine yours probably went later than that though. Ron says 13% of the audio book for The Reformatory by Denon Reeve Dew. Denon Reeve. I probably said that wrong. Denise says depends on who the patient is. Melinda says surgery being blindfolded would stress me out, but I'm good at reading written manuals. Okay, I like everybody saying like, hey, I'm good at this thing. Like play to your strength. Denise said read 38 pages on page 201. Still enjoying it. Wonderful. Magnolia says read 26 pages. Can't wait to read again because it is so exciting. Jamie says, I enjoyed the Dark Tower series in its entirety. Some bits were a bit confusing, but the story as a whole was fun. Okay, so you like the whole thing. Good to know. Nicole said, what if the surgery is to remove a bomb from within the patient? Is it like a subdermal bomb, or were you thinking like entire like chest cavity, kind of bomb? Like how deep is it? Like, are we going like Fifth Element, like the stones are in me, moment? And I hope everybody will get that reference. The Fifth Element's a great movie. Magnolia says, true, Nicole, maybe it is a surgery on a leg or something. Good find. Jamie says, I'll also go with surgery. I hate working with an audience, so having someone telling me what to do is worse than working it out with a manual. Okay, good to know. I think I would prefer the comfort of the expert because, like, a bomb expert would have to be somebody who's very calm and probably, I would assume, not overly judgmental if they feel capable in their own abilities to like tell me what to do. I also like the idea that it's just a really smelly smoke bomb. Also, we're getting close to the end of the responses, so let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be. Robert says, you specified a top level bomb diffuser, so I'm not getting instructions on a smoke bomb. That's fair. You have a good point. Maybe the bomb diffuser just really hates disgusting smells. No, but you're right. Jamie says, read 26 pages in an ARC Perception, book 1 in a Psychics and Aliens series. Okay, cool. Nicole says, LOL, you don't know those expert smoke bomb diffusers, Robert. Ron says, my selection of bomb was predicated on me being the only person in the room. I couldn't bear if I killed someone else, but by messing up the surgery. See, that's fair, because if we had to specify that you're in a room with another person diffusing a bomb with a blindfold on, or you're performing surgery on another person, does that then change your answer because another person is involved regardless? I don't know. There was a point in my life where I thought I could be a surgeon and I know that I could handle like the blood and everything, but the idea of like accidentally damaging something with no formal training for this person and like potentially ruining their life. At least if I was diffusing a bomb, it would be like if I messed up, it would be a quick death. That sounds terrible, I know, but like thinking about like lasting implication versus fast sounds preferable. Denise said 45, Melinda said 45, and Nicole said 45. Perfect. And Magnolia said, yeah, but with the bomb, how can you feel what color wire you need to cut? Well, they all feel the same. Sounds way harder. Well, that's the thing is you have a bomb diffuser expert who is telling you what you're touching and what you're cutting. So theoretically, you would be blindfolded and you'd be feeling around and they would tell you like, okay, the wire to the left, you know, and you grab that one. They're like, yeah, that one. Then you cut it, you know, type thing. Robert says, Nicole, our host is confused because she's purchasing 87 books in a few weeks. I appreciate that you think I'll buy that many, Robert, but I will not. I honestly am not even sure that I'm going to buy the full 24 that I'm allowed. I'm really curious to see what I do on this trip. I think everybody's a little curious to see what I do after going a whole year without spending any money on books. And Zach says, almost done with The Raven and R.G.E. Vanshee by Carolyn. How do you pronounce that? Or is that misspelled? Carolyn Elizabeth, the audiobook is free, but the narrator has the world's most distracting lisp. I once listened to an audiobook years ago with a lady who had a lisp, and I thought it was adorable. I didn't think it was distracting, but it's probably not the same narrator. And Jamie says, I suppose if you choose the bomb and failed, you'd at least are unlikely to live to deal with any consequences. Exactly. Angel says, I've played Operation. I'll do the surgery. That's great. Zach says, sorry, Raven and Banshee. Okay, got you. Thank you. Magnolia says, then the experts are there as well, so you're not alone. They could be watching you on a video camera. So that's the thing is they're like remotely telling you what to do. They're not standing there like holding your hands. I'm creating all these rules. And Nicole says, oh, yes, because you're going to Powell's, right? Yes. I'm going to get there, hopefully, in one piece. Zach says, I did some of the NASA spatial awareness tests in my aerospace engineering class, and it was at a simulator, but I had landed a plane blindfolded. That's so cool, Zach. I love that. Aerospace engineering class, too, sounds really fun. Jessica says, I spent that sprint banging to my favorite music. If you haven't seen my new series, look at my newer TBR, but I am about to give songs to my first collaboration. That's very fun, Jessica. I need to go and check out your latest videos. Nicole says, well, I know who's diffusing my bomb. And Jamie says, if the bomb expert is right there and is making you do their work, I have to wonder what sort of person this is. Daredevil sadist. No, it's kind of like you're sealed off in an area and you like get a call from somebody and you're blindfolded and you're like, help, I need to be able to defuse this. And they're like, we're going to get you the best expert. And then, you know, there's like a camera watching you. I'm thinking more like some evil person did this to you and it's like a Saw type scenario where you're just like locked in a room with a bomb and then like you're able to like get the Fed on the phone and be like, help me, and they have a camera watching you. I don't know, it's all purely hypothetical. Nicole says, hi Jessica. Jessica says, I'll perform surgery because I already have anatomy and physiology knowledge and I can read the textbooks. There you go. And Jessica says, hi, Nicole. And Melinda says, I didn't buy anything last time I went to Powell's, but I go all the time. If it was my first time, I'd buy more than I could carry. Yeah, I probably will get like a back-breaking amount, but still be reasonable. I have already looked at their map, Melinda. I've looked at the, you know, the whole layout and how many floors they have and the size of the space. And it's going to be a ton of fun. Like, it's going to be at least a most of the day probably adventure of being there and then like going someplace to find food. Though I did see on their map that they have a cafe. Don't know if they have food though. Robert says people know that the guy in the game operation was awake, right? Yeah, okay. So that's another thing. If the surgery was being performed on someone who was awake and I couldn't give them anesthesia and they just had to suffer through me performing surgery on them, I absolutely will pick the bomb. 100%. I could not deal with cutting somebody and them screaming. Nicole says, but first someone needs to help me answer the phone because I'm blindfolded for that too, right? Yes, but at least like if the phone's ringing, you should be able to find it. I think you could do it. Jamie says, also, if your hands are free, why not just take off the blindfold first? This is a great question. Again, I didn't write this one. Everybody's bringing up good points. This is fun. Why don't you take it off? Is it like glued to your face? Ow. You have to like rip your eyelashes off later. That would suck. Nicole says, I can barely get the phone in time while looking at it. He said, I thought that too, Jamie. Do I willingly put the blindfold after I answer the phone? Oh, maybe you have to. Maybe you have to wear the blindfold or the bomb is going to go off. Maybe that's the whole deal. It's like you could take as much time as you want to defuse the bomb, but if you remove it or try to exit the room, it will blow up. That would be some evil Saw crap. Sounds like. I've never seen those movies. I'm just theorizing. Melinda says, when you are there, be sure to check out all their displays. They do great recommendations. I'm sure that I will. I'll probably be going around reading all the little tags, being like, what does this person say they like? And he said, they do have a cafe, but it's always crowded. Luckily, there are lots of dining options nearby. Well, that's good to hear because I'll probably just like walk somewhere. And Nicole said plot holes. Yeah. Not really known for having questions that don't have plot holes. And Magnolia says, wow, oh my God, it is so good, Jamie. Yes. Robert says, Nicole, phone ringing. What is this Mayberry RFD? And Nicole says, so my blindfold is connected to the bomb? Yeah, theoretically, we'll say that. Jamie says, I wondered about that too. Don't we get anesthesia and a manual for that bit too? Well, you get the manual. I didn't say you had any anesthesia. I just said you had to perform surgery and you only had a manual to do it right. And Magnolia says, if you can take as much time to defuse the bomb, you might as well just do nothing. But then you would just perish in the room because you can't get out of the room that you're locked in until the bomb is defused. So, I mean, if you just want to die of starvation, I guess so. And Nicole says true. And Jamie says, we're also assuming we have all the supplies on hand to do the surgery, not just jerry rigging it with whatever is on hand. Yeah, true. I mean, you know, you might need like a kitchen knife or something. That would not be fun. That would be the absolute worst. Giving me another reason to try to defuse a bomb blindfolded. All right. That was really good. That was fun, everybody. Thank you. And Magnolia says, I would just tell the experts to come here. They can't. You're locked in the room. The bomb's going to blow up. All right. So I will go ahead and I'll get the next, made myself tiny again. 45 minutes up on the clock. I got to give you all the next weird and crazy question, which is, Hmm. Okay. Would you rather be forced to give up alcohol or soda? Alcohol or soda? And Nicole said, if they can undo the bomb, they can unlock the door. And Jessica said, 45. Awesome. And answer the phone. Miss Starbucks said, exactly. All right. All right. You all have picked surgery. I understand. I get it. And Magnolia says, buy them a nice dinner afterward because they saved you. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Just like the nicest lobster and steak dinner ever. All right, I will get this on the clock. Be sure to answer the question for the after the next sprint. I'm gonna go check on my boy. Usually he lays in here with me, but Keaton's hanging out in there, putting stuff away, and I think Barker's just chilling on the couch. So just being a nosy pet parent. I gotta go check on my boy. So I'll be right back. But see you all in a bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 219. Things have gotten very interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm enjoying this book quite a lot. So, before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be forced to give up alcohol or soda? I wonder if this was an easy answer for many people. And Jessica said, I mean, I don't drink alcohol anyway, so I guess by process of elimination, I have to choose soda. But if I'm in a soda mood, I'm not giving it up. LOL. Well, but if you're forced to give up something, then wouldn't you want to give up alcohol so that you can drink soda? Because you can just say, yeah, I don't drink that, so I'll just give up alcohol. And Magnolia says, oh, this is an easy question, alcohol, because it's actually, I already never drink it, easy to give up. There you go. So I'm finding out who the teetotalers are. That's the phrase for people who don't drink. You are teetotal. Heidi says, I just gave up soda, at least the sugary kind, just drinking seltzer. So now on the wagon for 3 months. I rarely drink alcohol, one skinny blue moon on Fridays, one glass of Prosecco on Saturdays. But you still enjoy that. So, don't want your small pleasures to be taken away. He said, I will be having happy hour later with my Metsies, who are now the hottest team in baseball. Cheers. That's cool. Well, I understand your answer, and I think it's cool that you gave up sugary soda. I myself really love a good Coca-Cola. This question in particular is hard for me because I really enjoy having a good drink. Martinis are fantastic, and I do love a good margarita. And so, like, the idea that I wouldn't ever be able to have one of those stinks. And there's so many different kinds of alcohol that I enjoy. So, like, I like whiskeys and I like vodkas and ciders, and I'll have an occasional beer, but there aren't really that many sodas that I drink. I would miss Coca-Cola. I would miss root beer, but I feel like I probably could give them up. That way I could still like enjoy a drink every now and then. And I already don't drink every day anyway. So I don't think it would be like that much different of a health benefit either. So I'm going to go with giving up soda. Jessica says, now I want soda. Ron says, I would give up soda since I hardly drink it anyway. I will miss my rum and cokes, though. Yeah, I also enjoy a rum and coke. It would be a bummer to give that up. Robert says, since soda is a carbonated drink, that means no seltzer water either. I'm going with giving up soda because I can still drink beer and raspberry iced tea. Yeah. I mean, raspberry iced tea, though, I was going to say that doesn't fall into alcohol or soda. So technically, if you gave up alcohol, you'd still be able to drink raspberry iced tea. But I guess you're saying that that's like one of your favorite drinks, which sounds delicious. I also love a good raspberry iced tea. I also got the notification from my computer that I didn't have my charger plugged in, and I'm not letting my computer die like that one time. So I got to plug this in really quick. One sec. There we go. Now it's charging again. And I don't have to worry about it just crapping out on me. Of course, it was my own fault. And Melinda says, I don't really drink either and could easily give up both as long as sparkling water isn't considered soda. I don't consider it to be. No, I wouldn't consider sparkling water soda. I also don't. I know Robert said considering carbonated drink like a seltzer to be a soda. I would disagree because I don't think that like a White Claw is technically a soda. That's up for debate. That's a good question. I don't know. Like, what makes something a soda? Is it that it's like a syrupy carbonated beverage? Is it, high fructose corn syrup and sugar makes it a soda? I don't know, but I would give you your sparkling water. Ron says, switch to the Saint of Bright Doors, another door book by, oh no, Vajra Chandrasekera. It's a beautiful name. I wish I could say it without butchering it. I've got to take my dog for a walk now. I'll join if you're still going when I get back. Well, enjoy your walk. Your walk. He looked at me. Robert says, I finished Lornfield, 4 stars. Very nice. 4 is a good, solid rating. Denise says, easy for me to give up alcohol, drink a beer a few times a year, drink a Diet Coke almost daily. Okay, that makes sense. Zach says, I'm keeping the soda. All my extra calories are from soda. I can and need to lose a little weight, so I will be cutting back. Okay, that is fair. I respect that. Denise says it read 40 pages on page 241. That's a lot to read in 45 minutes. Well done. Melinda says, yeah, soda is a syrup that's added to water and then carbonated. Okay, cool. We can agree about that. And Magnolia says, after you read this comment, I will go heading to bed. So bye-bye. Bye, Magnolia. It was nice hanging out with you. Thank you for visiting. I'm glad that you were able to make this one. And now I get to ask you all what you would like your next sprint length to be. Do you want it to be 30 or 45 minutes? And then I can also give you all your next question. So what's it going to be? I will wait. Also, I was celebrating the 4th of July with my family last night, and my aunt was talking about how we were all going to go kind of like round robin and choose songs. And, you know, she was joking about us doing karaoke. And I was like, oh no, I don't sing. Like, nobody wants to listen to me sing. Who was the only one who was singing the loudest pretty much the entire night while the music was playing? Me. I'm a huge goober apparently, and nobody wants to hear me sing. I can almost guarantee that, but I was having a good time. Jessica says 45, and Melinda also said 45. So, okay, we're keeping on the 45-minute train. So now I got to give you all your next question, and that is going to be. Would you rather be tasked with retrieving a priceless artifact from an ancient booby-trapped cave or from a museum with modern security? This one was also not my idea. I cannot take credit for that. Jamie says, finish 20 more pages in my arc. I'll keep my soda. I like wine and whiskey, but don't drink either very often. Okay, good to know. Zach says, I started Gear Breakers by Zoe Hannah Makuta. It's giant robots versus kaiju. Okay, so kind of like a Pacific Rim book. YA book 2 is called God Slayers, so I hope I like it. I hope you do too. Sounds like fun. Everybody loves a good giant robot versus giant monster story. All right. Well, think about your answer to this question, and I will set you all up for another sprint. That one was a quick little break. And wish you all happy reading, and I'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I decided to end a couple chapters in Death's End and go ahead and start When You Trap a Tiger because I just wanted something kind of light. I'm in a heavy part of Death's End, and being in a heavy part of that did not inspire me to get into a heavy horror novel. So it's like, yeah, cute little fantasy. I am in, let's see, I'm in chapter 4 of this on page 29, and so far it's really cute. It's about a young, shy Korean girl named Lily, and her family are moving in with her grandmother, and her dad passed away when she was 4 years old in a car accident. And so they're like moving back. We're learning that it's likely due to her grandmother's health, but her grandma is extremely superstitious, and Lily saw this tiger on the way to her grandmother's house, and she's like, I gotta get my grandma alone so I can ask about the tiger spirit. And she has an older sister who's a kind of a raging teenager and is like the exact opposite personality of Lily. And her teenage sister Sam always butts heads with her mom. It's cute so far. I'm liking it. Let's see if I can go back here and find where I left off. All right. Heidi came in first and said, this question is Raiders of the Lost Ark versus Mission Impossible. Yeah, or like an Ocean's 11 type thing, only it's you. And Family and Books, hello. She said, hi and bye, all heading to bed, but wanted to drop in and boop the like button. Well, thank you very much. Also, I really love the artwork for her channel. That is very cute. Zach says, I'm taking the ancient tomb. Okay, good to know, but why? You might explain in a bit. Nicole says, ancient tomb. You only live once. Ron says, that was a short walk. It is hot here, so she wasn't into it. We also had a nice walk this afternoon. Keaton's getting ready to take Barker on like his 5th walk of the day. So fortunately, it's not super hot here because we ended up getting some rain, so it cooled everything off pretty well. So he can go out and enjoy it. He's still probably going to be panting though because he gets so worked up on walks. But I'm glad it was nice for you this afternoon. And you said, oh, the museum, so I could return the artifact to the booby trap cave where it belongs. Robert says, I'll go with booby trap since they're activated by pressure. I fly by giant drone in, the kind that deliver packages, pick up the priceless artifact, fly out, easy peasy. That is a really good way to circumvent said booby traps, Robert. It's, you would not be the one that we would want to hire to write the script for the spy movie because it would be over in 2 minutes. But it would be very practical. And Nicole says, heading out for birthday dinner, Indian food. Have a great night, all. Well, have so much fun. I don't know whether it's your birthday or not, Nicole, but if it is, happy birthday or happy birthday to one of your family members. And eat some paneer tikka masala for me because I love that stuff. Jessica says, I can already hear the Indiana Jones theme song in my head. Yes, I'm glad that everybody got that. Jim McCleary. Hi, Jim. Jim says, live by the book, die by the book. All right. Alex, hello. Alex has been in my comments recently for a lot of my sprints after the fact and hasn't been able to join live. So I'm very happy to see you. You said, hello, everyone. I don't know how long is left, but I managed to make it here live for once. I'm so happy that you did. That's awesome. A fellow Alex in the house. And Jamie says, museum, there are laws about how law enforcement can treat me if I'm unlucky, but in a cave, nothing restrains the booby traps from being deadly. That is exactly my same feeling, Jamie. We agree about that because I can like case the joint in a modern, style. I can figure out where all the security cameras are. I can figure out, how to do like the cool camera looping thing to make it look like I'm not touching anything, turn off the security, turn off the power, there's a lot of things that I can do. If I walk into a cave, I might just die. Like, I do not want to be crushed by a boulder. I don't want to be shot at with poison darts. I do not want to be infected by some sort of plague or like melted by acid. The acid thing, those of you who ever were fans of The Mummy will understand that reference. So Also, I could just go to jail rather than die. So if I fail, I would rather go to jail than be murdered. Just saying. And you said if it's not a high profile item, may not even be that great. Might need to rewatch some librarians episodes to work out how and maybe make a fake to replace the real one. There you go. Yeah, there's ways around it. Alex says museum because who knows what curses and karma will come out of the cave with me. Yeah, you'll bring like the next virus or something, like the next COVID 20 COVID 24. Alicia, hi Alicia. Alicia says booby trap cave sounds way more exciting. I would agree with you that it's probably very exciting, but at what cost? Jamie says, eventually, when the museum staff go to dust everything, they'll find the Acme sticker on the bottom, but till then, they'll never know it's even gone. That's awesome. Ron says, okay, I just did a dishwashing sprint. Now back to reading. Good job. Teresa, hi, Teresa. Teresa says, hello, just getting here, but I can join the next sprint. A cave for sure. Husband says, cave too. Okay, cool. Melinda says, I would be pretty much screwed in either situation. Yeah, but one of them you could die and one of them you go to jail. So, really, that's the question. Jessica says, I got to page 54 in the Hunger Games. Nice. And Alex says, I read 7% of my book in the sprint I jumped in on. Well done. Zach says, Gearbreaker is interesting. They aren't fighting kaiju, they're fighting giant mechanical gods made by religious fanatics. Are so the religious fanatics are human? So like what like the military built their own metal fighting, creatures and then like this group built some and they're fighting each other. Is it more like Transformers now? Jamie says I got to 38% in A Little Life. Awesome. And Denise says finish the Night War 3.5. Sweet. I mean, it could have been a higher rating. That's too bad that it wasn't higher, but good job on finishing a book. Jamie, going back to your A Little Life update, how are you liking it so far? And Denise said, museum, there might be snakes in the booby trap version. Yes, very true. Teresa says, it's Nicole's birthday today. Happy birthday, Nicole. Okay, that's so cool. I didn't know that, so I should have wished her a happy birthday when she came on. That's too bad. Zach says, I took the tomb because a tech-based heist is just a bit less interesting or fun for me. Bring on the ancient curses. There you go. Oh, that's funny. We're getting to the end here and ready to do another sprint. So let's see where we're at. Okay, so we're already at 3 hours and 20 minutes. So I'll tell you what I can do is I can do a 30-minute sprint. So I can do either two 30-minute sprints or a 30-minute sprint and a 45-minute sprint. So you all tell me which it is that you would prefer, but I will not be doing two 45s. So Zach says, I took the tomb. Oh, sorry. I just read that. My bad. And Jessica says, I also got myself a vanilla Coke and now I'm living my best life. Awesome. Mine would have been a cherry Coke. Jessica says 45, 45. Alex says a 30 and a 45. Okay. So what we'll do then is the next sprint will be 45 and then the last sprint of the evening will be a 30. And that'll just make it easy and that'll be how we cap off everything. Zach says, not really sure about the Met gods. I think they are made by humans, but they have referenced something called the sky bled. Okay, cool. I hope it ends up being interesting. Well, I got to give you all your second to last question for the evening. So let me see here. Would you rather be able to make a lot of people laugh or find more things funny? This one I think is a very interesting question. I put in a lot more questions this week so I could also be prepared for when I do sprints next week. And so that's why it's taken me a little bit more time to sort through stuff. So just letting you know. But got that one up, got 45 minutes up on the clock. Wish you all happy reading. And this is the last 45 of the night. And then again, we'll do a 30 after this. So I'll see you all in a bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I'm on page 50. Took a little break to eat something and hang out with Bub here, who's upset because, of course, my neighbors didn't set off all the fireworks last night, apparently. They've decided that they're going to set some off tonight, too, because doing it all on the 4th of July just isn't enough. And for us people who have dogs that don't like them, that is not fun. So, anyway. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be able to make a lot of people laugh or find more things funny? I think this is going to be a cute answer. Let's see. Teresa says, make more people laugh. I like that answer. Jessica says, I think I would rather make more people laugh. Laughter is contagious. So if they laugh, I will laugh. And I find more pleasure in making other people laugh. That's true. Laughter is contagious in many ways, as long as it is not at anybody else's expense. And Alex says, make people laugh. In another life, I'd love to be a comedian. They're so smart with words and people leave feeling good. Yes, I agree. I have seen some comedians that pick on people in the audience. I definitely wouldn't ever want to be that or be the person subjected to being picked on by the comedian. But I agree with you that it always feels good. Like laughter really is the best medicine in many cases, as that old saying goes. Zach says, making more people laugh, specifically with my science jokes, like, did you hear about what happened to the guy who got his body temperature to absolute zero? He's okay now. Okay. Okay is or 0 degrees Kelvin. That's a good one, Zach. I like that. That's smart humor. Robert says, I'll go with find more things funny. Why did the pony ask for a glass of water? Because he was a little hoarse. I've heard that one before. It's still cute. Ron says, make more people laugh. I'm quick to find things funny already. I wish that I was somebody who found more things like hysterical. So a friend of mine, Ellen, the last couple times we've gone out to trivia, we both have gotten just like the absolute giggles, like to the point where we've had like tears in our eyes. And it is very rare that that happens to me. So like 2 weeks in a row is actually pretty good because it is like rare. Like I can chuckle at things. I can be like, oh, that's fun. But like laughing to the point of like wheezing does not happen as often as I would like. That said, I would not choose to find more things funny, even though people would probably say that I would have a better sense of humor. I enjoy making people laugh, especially because when I was growing up, I was considered a very serious child. I still am like a serious person, but like I've lightened up a lot as I've gotten older. And it always makes me feel good when people laugh at something that I say that's like meant to be a joke. Like that always feels really good. So I'm going to go with that. Denise says, find more things funny. My sister likes to send me funny things. One of us needs a funny bone transplant. Not sure if it's her or me. Well, you could say that you just have different senses of humor, right? So, like, it can be funny, but it's just not funny to you. I think that all the time about, like, me. Sorry, Burker was moving because he got hot. I think that all the time about memes that I see and like whether it's one that I understand or not. I also think we overuse the phrase LOL, like laughing out loud, rolling on the floor laughing my ass off. Because it's lost all meaning. Because you can say LOL to somebody and be sitting there just completely stone faced. And like internally, you think it's funny, but you're not actually laughing out loud. And I don't really know why we've moved that way as a society, but we have. I don't know. That's like a side tangent. Does anybody else find that weird or just me? And Melinda says, make more people laugh. I already find too many things funny. I think that's great. It's awesome to find things funny. Heidi says, Denise, your comment was funny, so probably your sister. And Heidi, you must have the same sense of humor as Denise. Denise says, didn't get any reading done this sprint, too tired to start a new book. Spent all day walking around Greenfield Village and Henry Ford Museum with my granddaughter. Well, you had a busy day and you finished a book. I would say that you have definitely earned some just like veg out time. I end up typically needing that towards the end of my sprints as well. And today I also finished a book and I worked. So, it's nice when I like got extra reading in. I started a new book. I've gotten more reading into a book that I was already like in the middle of. But it's, at least where I am, it's also after 9 p.m. and you just need some time to wind down. So might end up winding down more on the last sprint of the evening. Alex says, finished my book, but gave it a low 3 stars. I'm sorry. The book that I finished today, I also gave 3 stars. It was a bummer. Ron says, the timing. I've only got a couple of pages left in my book. Oh no. Well, then you'll be able to finish it in the very last sprint. So you could say you finished a book at the end of the evening, which is nice. And Denise says, thanks, Heidi. Jamie says, got to 43% and a little life. It is okay. Characters are mostly miserable. That's what I've heard. And mostly by choice. Oh, that's great. But with lousy backgrounds to reinforce their choices that keep them miserable. Not a bad book so far. Okay, good to know. Ron says, my dog hates fireworks too. Luckily, we only have one jackass with 1 bottle rocket last night, but we do get at least a couple of the other fireworks displays a year here. So in the neighborhood that I live in, a lot of people set off fireworks, but for whatever reason, we were just so lucky that the people who live behind us, slightly diagonal, buy like a massive amount of fireworks every year. And so not only are there plenty of them that are going off, they're very close to the house, which means they're extra loud, which is just, it's just not fun. Not to mention the fact that come to find out that there was like a small amount of debris in the yard that Barker was getting into today, which is why I, like, if you all heard me earlier say that I was like stressed out about him, is because he gets into everything. Like if he can put it in his mouth, he's going to try. So I spent the whole day watching him just to be like, hey, you doing okay? Did you actually eat anything? You feeling all right? How you doing, bud? And so like, I do the whole like bulk feeding and giving whole wheat bread and, monitoring water intake. I'm like the most paranoid pet parent on the face of the planet. Like the number of times that I've had to take him to the emergency vet because he just ate things that he wasn't supposed to. Ridiculous, right? And it makes me feel like a terrible person because I was like, I'm a horrible mom because he got a hold of something. But I also recognize that I can't prevent him from eating things because he's a dog and he's never going to outgrow that mentality, even though he's 5 years old. Right, bud? He has no idea how much I love him. I wish he knew. Maybe he knows, but I don't think he does. Jamie says, I'm not sure I want to find things funny that I don't know, that I don't now. A lot of American humor is just cruel or dumb, so I guess making people laugh is better, but not by much. Depends on why they are laughing. Again, like whether somebody, he wants out. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second. I'll move it back, bub. I'll move it back over. I messed up your routine, didn't I? I'm sorry. Spoiled. Absolutely spoiled. Keaton took him on a 30-minute walk and he's just looking at me like, aren't you going to take care of me? Like, what a bubble. I love him so much though. But to your point, Jamie, yes, again, like coming back to the whole idea of, laughing at somebody else's expense. If it's a terrible person who's done terrible things that people are making fun of, I don't typically have a problem with that. But if it's just some Joe Schmo person that's like on the street and there's like a comedian that's riffing on them, I don't typically find that funny because they're just being a normal person and living their life. And I think I always think to myself, I'm like, that could be me. They could be making fun of me. Alex says, oh, that reminds me. How's Death's End going for you? I'm liking it a lot better than the second book, Alex. So thumbs up right now. I'm hoping that it keeps on that way. Otherwise, I'm going to be very disappointed. Heidi says, I think the overuse of LOL must be generational with texting, you young people. Yeah, we use it. I don't want to say we as an I, but I know I have been guilty of it too, overusing it, especially when I was like a teenager and texting was brand new for me. Now that I'm recognizing how often that happens, I try not to do it as much, but I don't know. It's almost like impossible now. Alex says, sounds like you're an amazing pet parent. You're sweet for saying that. Thank you. Jamie says, I actually enjoy the fireworks. My kittens were watching me for cues, so they were watching for colorful sparkles and only were upset when their canned food was late. That's beautiful. I love that. Nicole says, I made it back. Is there another sprint? There is, Nicole. There's one last one for your birthday. Happy birthday, by the way. I hope the Indian food was fantastic. It's going to be the only 30-minute sprint of the evening to give it a nice rounding off to the end of the night. And Melinda says, happy birthday, Nicole. And Nicole says, make people laugh. I laugh at myself all the time. Couldn't be funnier if I tried. See, I feel that way too about myself. I always think my jokes are the most funny, which is probably a bad trait for myself, not for anybody else. Because I questionable about whether my jokes are actually funny, but I find them hilarious. Nicole says, thanks, Melinda. Jamie says, our neighborhood coon and skunk both bought their kiddo by for dinner at our outdoor food dish, so I enjoy seeing them. The coon has 7 babies. Haven't seen them before last night. Oh my goodness, 7! That's a lot. Nicole says, yay, thanks. You said 45. We are doing the last sprint will be 30 minutes because we've had a long evening of 45s all night, so we got to get it in that 1:30 here. Which also means, because we are getting to the end of the comments, that I need to ask you all the last obligatory question, the one I ask every week, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I want to hear all about it. And Nicole says, I think it's a great trait. It means you're always laughing even if no one else is. That is true, though. Okay. So I have to explain something about my behavior that I started doing when I was a kid that has carried over into adulthood that I wish I could reverse. So when I was growing up, I always found myself funny. Okay, like I said, I've found a bunch of stuff funny, but I would be in class and at school, and I loved my teachers. I wanted to be a good student. I never wanted to be that rude, like interrupting kid, and I didn't want the teachers to think I was laughing at them. So I learned how to like smother my laughter and laugh internally only, and not really show it exterior. And unfortunately, it's like I have conditioned myself that even when I find something pretty funny, it's hard for me to get more than just like a out. And it's not because it isn't funny. It's just something that I like trained myself how to do. So that's why when I get like the actual rolling on the floor, like I'm wheezing, can't breathe, tears in my eyes, laughing, it's such a rare thing. And I enjoy it so much because it just doesn't happen that often. I wish it did more, but I don't think I can untrain myself how to do that. Oh, and it all came out of respect for my teachers. But yes, so anyway, I will get the clock here reset. Got to go check on my boy who decided to go out into the living room, and Keaton's playing his game, so Keaton can't watch him. So want to do that. But be sure to answer this question. And let's see. Zach said, for me, LOL isn't just a kind of like, oh, it's just kind of like I'm not being too serious for help. I can't. I'm missing what that means. Taken the wrong way. Oh, like, oh, you're not. Yeah, you're not being too serious. It helps kind of like buffer your comment to like show that it's a joke. That's a good point. I think emojis do that too. I use emojis a lot. And Nicole says, I had a friend that taught me how to laugh out loud. I can help you. That's great. I love that. That's really sweet. Zach says, help limit. Oh, to help limit things being taken the wrong way. I got you. That makes perfect sense. Robert. That just looks like just a straight up crying face. That's not like laughing, crying. It's just bawling. All right. So I got my question up. Think of the one thing you're proud of. And it got 30 minutes up on the clock. Oh, Nicole said something. She said, warning, training requires hanging out with someone who laughs louder than you. That can be a really good thing. I enjoy when I get to be around people with raucous laughter. It brings me joy. My grandma Julie is like that. She has like the loudest laugh of anybody I know, and she always makes me feel good when I'm around her and like we're kidding around with each other because I know when she laughs that it's like a true laugh. So I get that. All right. I will get this going so everybody can have their last sprint. We'll be ending right around 5 hours tonight. So it's actually been a longer one, which is cool because I don't think I've done that in a little bit. So got it started here. See you all in a little bit. Enjoy your last sprint of the evening. I'm going to go check on Barker. See you in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. We made it through the last sprint of the evening. And of course, before we left, I asked you all the obligatory question: what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And I'm excited to hear what everybody has to say. So, sorry, the fireworks have begun again, of course, because it's officially dark, so I got that distraction in the background. And Denise says, Nicole, you're back. Happy birthday. Teresa says, Nicole, how was your birthday meal? My mom had a lot of people at hers. I'm glad it's over. Heidi says, thanks, Alex, for Friday Night Lights. You were missed last week. I started watching the TV show Severance. It's weird in a good way. Going to watch another episode now. Well, I hope Heidi has a wonderful rest of her evening. Robert says, Nicole, happy birthday. Denise says, my accomplishment, had a birthday party for my husband. That sounds fun. Ron says, my accomplishment was finishing this book. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, my accomplishment for this week, honestly, like I don't have anything big. It's just like small, everyday things. So I would say the fact that I'm still ahead on my reading goal makes me feel really good. And that I got out a video from, the last time that I saw you all till now, I was happy to have made something. So that felt really good too. Alex says, I managed to do a part of my job that I wasn't confident in well this week. Great job, Alex. I'm happy to hear that for you. Robert says, I'm most proud of ordering 2 books for myself. Why, you asked, what are you most proud of? Bonding by Maggie Siebert and Beacon 23 by Hugh Howey. Cool. I hope those end up being fun. And Christina says, Alex, thanks for the sprints. I got 100 pages read tonight. Good night, all. Good job, Christina. Awesome. Hope you have a fabulous weekend. Melinda says, no reading, but made dinner for the kids. Awesome. I did do a little bit of reading. Not very much, but I made it to page 60. And then I watched a little bit of YouTube and I tucked Barker in and gave him a kiss because he went to lay on the couch and got all snuggly, which was very cute. And Nicole says, thanks, everyone. And you are most welcome. Birthday wishes are important. And you said, meal was great. One last time at the local Indian place. We leave tomorrow permanently. Tomorrow. Oh, well, that's really cool that you got to eat there for like your last big meal in town. And safe travels to you. I hope everything goes well on your journey. And Denise says, thanks for the sprints. Always fun. See you next week. Awesome. Happy to hear it. And Alex says, read 5% of Frozen by Melissa de la Cruz, an arc I got a decade ago. Whoops. Well, hey, that's cool that you're getting to it now. Jamie says, my accomplishment was getting my June wrap-up video and my first July TBR video posted this week. Excellent. And Nicole says, almost done with daily reading. Thanks for the sprints. You are most welcome. Hope you have a wonderful evening and a great rest of your birthday. Robert said fireworks. Jamie says, Nicole, happy birthday. Jessica says, honestly, most proud of sorting out graphics and behind the scenes stuff for something coming in October. I need help with one aspect from someone who's really good at Google Docs. Okay. Google Docs is pretty intuitive, so I'm sure you'll be able to get it figured out. And Denise says, safe travels, Nicole. We'll miss you on Monday. Yeah. And Teresa says, hubby and I read on the porch. Oh, that's cool. I wish I had a porch that would be fun to read on. I have a back patio. Not quite the same. He said, thanks for sprints. And thank you for coming. Nicole says, thanks, Jamie. And Alex says, thanks for the sprints as always. And happy birthday, Nicole. Yes, and you're welcome. Robert says, have a great night, everyone. You too, Robert. Thank you. Nicole says, I'll miss you all Monday, too. We all see each other again next Friday. Yeah, that'll be awesome. And your journey's going to be great. Jessica says, not docs, sorry, sheets. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's different. And Nicole says, thanks, Alex. And Jessica says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Glad to be back. Yeah, I'm glad that you're back, too. And Nicole says, night all, night to you, night Ron. Bye, everybody. Have a great weekend.